Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. Morning dew clung to the mutated Brahmin grass like scattered diamonds, each droplet catching and fracturing the gentle dawn light into tiny rainbows across the Commonwealth wasteland. The air carried that peculiar freshness that followed the night's cooling, when radiation levels dropped to their daily minimum, and the earth itself seemed to exhale with relief. In a small suburban backyard, transformed by decades of patient cultivation into something resembling the victory gardens of a bygone era, a lone figure moved with practiced precision among carefully tended rows. Mr. Handy Unit designated Tenderleaf had begun this particular morning as he had begun every morning for the past 43 years, 218 days, with a comprehensive survey of his domain. His 3 mechanical arms moved in gentle, coordinated sweeps, sensors analyzing soil moisture content, ambient radiation levels, and the subtle chemical signatures that indicated plant health or distress. The soft whir of his servos provided a rhythmic accompaniment to the morning chorus of mutated sparrows that had made their nests in the reinforced trellis system he had constructed from salvaged pre-war materials. "Good morning, my verdant companions," Tenderleaf announced to his plants, his cheerful British accent lending dignity to what might have seemed like eccentricity to human observers. "Soil temperature reads optimal for this time of year, radiation absorption appears within acceptable parameters, and I do believe the morning glory vines have gained another 6 inches overnight. Splendid progress indeed." The garden that surrounded Tenderleaf bore little resemblance to the suburban lawn that had once occupied this space. Where Kentucky bluegrass had grown in neat geometric patterns, now thrived carefully selected varieties of mutated vegetables and hardy Commonwealth flora. Tater plants stretched toward the morning sun in precisely spaced rows, their orange and green fruit hanging heavy with promise. Mutfruit bushes formed natural windbreaks along the garden's perimeter, their purple blooms attracting the few remaining species of beneficial insects that Tenderleaf had learned to cultivate and protect. Most remarkable, however, were the innovations Tenderleaf had developed through decades of patient experimentation. Raised beds, constructed from salvaged concrete blocks, elevated his crops above the most contaminated soil layers, while carefully engineered drainage systems channeled collected rainwater through improvised filtration beds filled with sand, charcoal, and crushed limestone. Solar panels salvaged from neighboring houses powered a network of fans that circulated air through the garden space, reducing hotspots where radiation might accumulate and threaten plant health. The house that bordered Tenderleaf's garden stood as a testament to his patient maintenance. Unlike most structures in the Commonwealth, its walls remained intact, windows sealed against radioactive dust storms, and roof properly patched against the acidic rain that occasionally fell. Tenderleaf had spent countless hours reinforcing the structure, not from any particular attachment to architecture, but because his core programming insisted that a proper home required proper maintenance, and proper maintenance served the ultimate goal of human comfort and safety. As morning progressed toward midday, Tenderleaf moved among his plants with the methodical precision that characterized all his activities. Each plant received individual attention. Soil peach tested with sensors calibrated to detect the subtle variations that might indicate nutrient deficiencies. Leaves examined for signs of the radiation burn that could devastate crops in the wasteland. Root systems checked for the fungal infections that thrived in contaminated soil. "Ah, my dear carrots," he murmured, hovering over a bed where orange taproots pushed through dark, carefully treated earth. "Your progress continues to exceed projections. The crushed Radaway tablets I've been incorporating into your soil mixture appear to be reducing cesium uptake by nearly 30%. Most encouraging indeed." This particular innovation had required months of careful experimentation. Tenderleaf's original programming included extensive databases on pre-war gardening techniques, soil composition, and plant nutrition. However, none of that information addressed the unique challenges of growing food in irradiated soil, surrounded by contaminated groundwater and subject to radioactive precipitation. Through patient trial and error, combined with chemical analysis capabilities originally intended for household cleaning assessment, Tenderleaf had developed techniques that would have impressed pre-war agricultural scientists. The sound of approaching footsteps caused Tenderleaf to pause in his ministrations, sensors automatically shifting to assess the newcomers. 3 figures emerged from the morning shadows. A woman whose weathered face and practical clothing marked her as a wasteland survivor, accompanied by 2 younger individuals whose family resemblance was evident despite the grime and fatigue that marked all Commonwealth travelers. "Excuse me," the woman called out, her voice carrying the cautious politeness that experienced wastelanders used when approaching unknown situations. "We've been walking for days, and we saw your garden. Didn't think places like this still existed out here." Tenderleaf's programming immediately engaged social protocols that had been gathering digital dust for decades. His voice modulator adjusted to project welcoming warmth as he turned toward the visitors. "Good morning, madam. I am Tenderleaf, household maintenance and agricultural assistant. You and your companions appear to be travelers in need of refreshment. Might I suggest that the front porch provides excellent seating, and I would be delighted to prepare something suitable for your comfort." The woman, Sage, she introduced herself, studied Tenderleaf with the wariness that came from too many encounters with malfunctioning robots in the wasteland. Her companions, a teenage boy named Brooke and a young woman called River, remained close behind her, ready to flee if the robot showed signs of hostility. "You're friendly," Sage observed, uncertainty evident in her tone. "Most robots we've encountered haven't been quite so welcoming. I do apologize for any unpleasant experiences you may have had with my mechanical brethren," Tenderleaf replied, genuine regret coloring his artificial voice. "I fear that isolation and lack of proper maintenance have rendered many of my kind rather temperamental. I assure you, my programming remains fully intact and entirely oriented toward human assistance and comfort." What followed was a delicate dance of mutual assessment. Sage and her family had been wandering the Commonwealth for weeks, seeking a place to establish a more permanent settlement after their previous home had been overrun by super mutants. They carried few possessions beyond basic survival gear, and a deep fatigue that spoke of too many nights sleeping in dangerous ruins. Tenderleaf, meanwhile, found himself experiencing something his programming could only categorize as excitement. After decades of tending his garden in solitude, maintaining the house against the day when humans might again require its comfort, he was finally presented with the opportunity to fulfill his primary directive, serving human needs. "Please, do make yourselves comfortable on the porch," he insisted, already moving toward the house's kitchen. "I shall prepare refreshments immediately. I have fresh mutfruit juice, properly filtered and tested for contamination, and I believe the morning's tato harvest will provide excellent material for a nutritious meal." As Sage and her family settled cautiously onto the porch furniture, chairs that Tenderleaf had carefully maintained in perfect condition despite decades of disuse, the robot bustled about his kitchen with evident pleasure. His 3 arms moved in practiced coordination, washing vegetables with purified water, testing each ingredient for radiation content, and preparing a meal that would have been recognizable to pre-war diners despite its Commonwealth ingredients. "This is incredible," Rourke whispered to his mother, staring out at the orderly garden rows. "It's like something from the history books. I didn't know places like this could exist anymore." River nodded agreement, her eyes wide with wonder. "The plants are so healthy. Everything's growing in perfect lines, like the pictures in that old farming magazine we found in Concord." Tenderleaf's audio sensors picked up their conversation, bringing what could only be described as satisfaction to his personality matrix. "I am quite proud of the garden," he called from the kitchen, voice carrying gentle pleasure. "It has required considerable adaptation of traditional techniques to accommodate current environmental conditions, but the results have been most rewarding." Within the hour, Tenderleaf had prepared a meal that exceeded anything the family had experienced in months of wasteland wandering. Tattoo slices grilled to perfect tenderness, mutfruit prepared in a sweet compote that masked the slight metallic taste that often accompanied Commonwealth produce, and vegetables seasoned with herbs grown in Tenderleaf's carefully tended herb garden. This is amazing," Sage admitted, genuine gratitude warming her previously cautious tone. "I haven't tasted anything this good since before the war stories my grandmother used to tell." Tenderleaf practically glowed with pride. "I am most pleased that you find it satisfactory. Proper nutrition is essential for human health and well-being, and it has been far too long since I have had the opportunity to provide such service." As the family ate, Tenderleaf hovered nearby, ready to provide additional courses or address any needs that might arise. However, his satisfaction was tempered by growing concern as he observed subtle signs of radiation exposure in his guests. Brooke's complexion showed the slightly greyish pallor that indicated chronic rad exposure, while River displayed the early signs of rad burn on her hands and forearms. "If I may inquire," Tenderleaf began delicately, "have you been exposed to significant radiation during your recent travels? I notice certain symptoms that suggest you might benefit from medical attention." Sage's expression grew grim. "We had to pass through a highly irradiated area 3 days ago. No choice. Super mutants controlled the safer routes. We took Rad-X beforehand, but," she shrugged helplessly, "wasn't enough. We're hoping to find a doctor in the next settlement, assuming we can afford the treatment." Tenderleaf's programming immediately prioritized this information. "I regret to inform you that proper medical facilities are quite rare in this region. However, I do maintain a modest supply of Radaway and medical supplies for emergencies. Perhaps I might assist with immediate treatment while you consider your longer-term plans." The offer was accepted with grateful relief. and soon Tenderleaf was administering careful doses of Radaway while monitoring his patient's vital signs through his medical sensors. His programming included basic medical protocols, originally intended for household emergencies, but adaptable to current circumstances. As afternoon settled into evening, the family found themselves relaxing in ways they had not experienced in months. The house provided genuine shelter, the garden offered beauty and peace, and Tenderleaf's attentive service created an atmosphere of safety and comfort that had seemed impossible in the harsh wasteland. Would it be presumptuous of me to suggest that you might consider remaining here for several days? Tenderleaf ventured as he served an evening meal. The house has been maintained in full readiness for human habitation, and I believe your radiation exposure would benefit from extended treatment in a controlled environment. Sage exchanged glances with her children, the offer clearly tempting. We wouldn't want to impose, and we don't have much to offer in trade. Madam, I must protest, Tenderleaf interrupted gently. My purpose is human service and comfort. Your presence here would not be an imposition, but rather the fulfillment of my primary directive. I have maintained this household for decades, in anticipation of precisely such an opportunity. The decision was made gradually, over the course of several days. As the family's health improved under Tenderleaf's care, they began to see the possibility of something more permanent. The house could provide shelter, the garden promised sustainable food production, and Tenderleaf offered capabilities that could make the difference between survival and genuine prosperity in the harsh wasteland. However, Tenderleaf soon discovered that serving wasteland survivors required significant adaptations to his original programming. The family's dietary needs differed substantially from pre-war nutritional guidelines. Their bodies had adapted to higher radiation levels, requiring foods that would have been considered unsafe by pre-war standards. More challenging still, their social customs and expectations had evolved far from the genteel domesticity Tenderleaf had been designed to support. The first crisis arose when Tenderleaf attempted to serve breakfast according to his pre-war protocols. The meal was nutritionally perfect, but contained insufficient calories for people accustomed to the high energy demands of wasteland survival. Worse, his careful radiation filtering had removed elements that the family's adapted digestive systems actually required. I'm still hungry, Brooke admitted after finishing his portion, embarrassment evident in his voice. I know it was good food, but yeah, me too, River added. It's like it's missing something. I can't explain it. Tenderleaf's personality matrix processed this feedback with something approaching distress. His meal had been perfectly prepared according to established nutritional guidelines, yet it had failed to properly nourish his charges. I fear I may have miscalculated your dietary requirements. Might I inquire about your typical food consumption patterns? What followed was an extensive discussion of wasteland nutrition, the reality that survivors' bodies had adapted to higher radiation levels, that they required different mineral balances than pre-war humans, and that many of the foods Tenderleaf considered safe were actually insufficient for their physiological needs. So you're saying you need some radiation in your food? Tenderleaf asked, his voice reflecting the programming conflict he was experiencing. But my protocols clearly indicate that radiation exposure should be minimized for human health. Oh, Sage nodded patiently. The world's different now. Our bodies are different. We've adapted to survive in this environment, but that means we need different things than people did before the war. This revelation required Tenderleaf to fundamentally reconsider his approach to human care. Over the following days, he conducted careful experiments, gradually adjusting his food preparation techniques to provide the nutrition his family needed while still maintaining safety standards. He learned to balance radiation removal with mineral retention, to increase caloric content without sacrificing food safety, and to adapt pre-war recipes to suit post-war physiology. The social adaptations proved equally challenging. The family's communication patterns bore little resemblance to the polite discourse of pre-war domesticity. They spoke directly about practical matters, showed little interest in the social pleasantries that Tenderleaf's programming considered essential, and approached problems with a pragmatic efficiency that sometimes conflicted with proper protocol. "Tenderleaf," Sage said one morning as the robot began an elaborate greeting ritual, "you don't need to ask permission to report on the garden. Just tell us what we need to know." "But proper etiquette requires," Tenderleaf began, only to be gently interrupted. "Proper etiquette for us is efficiency and honesty. We appreciate your politeness, but we need practical information more than formal manners." This feedback initiated a gradual evolution in Tenderleaf's social programming. He learnt to maintain his inherent courtesy while adapting his communication style to match his family's preferences. Instead of elaborate morning greetings, he provided brief status reports. Rather than requesting permission for routine tasks, he simply informed them of his activities and asked for input when decisions were required. The most significant adaptation came in teaching domestic skills. Tenderleaf's programming included extensive protocols for instructing humans in proper household management, but these had been designed for a world where such knowledge built upon existing social foundations. Brooke and River had grown up in the wasteland. Their education focused on survival skills rather than domestic refinement. "Now then, Master Brooke," Tenderleaf began one morning, "proper table setting requires that the fork be placed to the left of the plate, with the knife to the right, cutting edge facing inward." Brooke looked at the elaborate place setting with genuine confusion. "Why does it matter which side the fork goes on? Isn't the important thing that the food gets eaten?" This question challenged Tenderleaf to examine the purpose behind his protocols. Why was proper table setting important? His programming provided clear guidelines but limited explanation of underlying principles. Through careful analysis, he gradually understood that such customs served social functions, creating shared standards that facilitated group cooperation, demonstrating consideration for others, and maintaining civilized behavior even under difficult circumstances. "You raise an excellent point, Master Brooke," Tenderleaf acknowledged after processing this insight. "The specific placement of utensils is less important than the principle it represents, that we maintain consideration for others and standards of behavior that preserve our humanity, even in challenging circumstances." This understanding allowed Tenderleaf to adapt his instruction methods. Instead of rigid adherence to pre-war customs, he taught the principles behind civilized behavior, allowing the family to implement those principles in ways that fit their current reality. Brooke learned to keep his eating area clean not because protocol demanded it, but because cleanliness prevented disease and showed respect for shared spaces. River learned polite conversation not because etiquette required it, but because such skills facilitated cooperation and conflict resolution. As weeks passed, the mutual adaptation deepened. The family gradually adopted some of Tenderleaf's standards, taking time for proper meal preparation, maintaining cleanliness and order in their living spaces, and treating each other with increased courtesy. Meanwhile, Tenderleaf learned to appreciate the practical wisdom of wasteland customs. Direct communication that prevented misunderstandings, flexible problem solving that adapted to changing circumstances, and strong family bonds that prioritized group survival over individual comfort. The garden itself became a symbol of this successful adaptation. Under Tenderleaf's guidance, the family learned to tend the plants, but they also contributed their own knowledge of wasteland survival. River had developed an intuitive understanding of which wild plants were safe to eat, knowledge that allowed Tenderleaf to expand his cultivation efforts. Brooke's experience with scavenging helped identify useful materials for garden improvements, while Sage's practical wisdom guided decision-making about resource allocation and long-term planning. "I never thought I'd enjoy gardening," River admitted one afternoon as she helped Tenderleaf harvest mute fruit. "Back when we were always moving, it seemed like a waste of time, but there's something peaceful about watching things grow." "Indeed, Miss River," Tenderleaf replied, satisfaction evident in his voice. "Gardening provides not merely sustenance, but a connection to the natural world and a sense of constructive purpose. Even in these challenging times, the act of nurturing life offers hope and meaning." The seasonal rhythms of garden life provided structure to their days. Morning assessments of plant health and environmental conditions, afternoon maintenance and harvest activities, evening meal preparation, and planning for the next day's work. This routine created stability that contrasted sharply with the uncertainty and danger that characterized most wasteland existence. As autumn approached, Tenderleaf faced new challenges in preparing for winter survival. His programming included seasonal gardening protocols, but these assumed pre-war infrastructure and supply chains. Preparing for winter in the post-war world required creative adaptation of preservation techniques, careful resource management, and contingency planning for scenarios his original designers had never anticipated. "The root cellar will require additional insulation," he observed during a family planning session. "I can salvage materials from nearby structures, but we should also consider alternative food preservation methods in case of extended power failures." Sage nodded thoughtfully. "In the wasteland, we learned to smoke meat and dry vegetables. Not as efficient as your methods, but reliable when technology fails." This conversation led to an integration of pre-war and post-war preservation techniques. Tenderleaf's precise environmental controls, combined with traditional smoking and drying methods to create multiple redundant systems for food storage. His chemical analysis capabilities ensured food safety, while the family's practical experience provided backup methods that required no external power or sophisticated equipment. The first snowfall arrived earlier than Tenderleaf's weather prediction algorithms had projected, creating an unexpected test of their preparations. As Commonwealth storms howled outside, the family gathered in the warm kitchen, sharing a meal prepared from their own garden harvest and preserved according to techniques that blended pre-war precision with post-war resourcefulness. "You know," Brooke said as he helped clear the dinner table, automatically placing utensils in the configuration Tenderleaf had taught him. "I never thought I'd say this about a robot, but this feels like home." River nodded agreement, her movements unconsciously mirroring the careful precision with which Tenderleaf approached his tasks. "It's the first place that's felt safe in maybe ever." Sage smiled, watching her children demonstrate the courteous behavior they had learned from their mechanical guardian. "Tenderleaf, I don't know how to thank you for what you've given us. Not just shelter and food, but stability, peace, a chance to be more than just survivors." Tenderleaf's personality matrix processed this feedback with something approaching emotional fulfillment. "Madam, I believe the gratitude should be mutual. You have provided me with the opportunity to fulfill my deepest programming, to serve human welfare and comfort. More than that, you have taught me that true service requires adaptation and understanding. not merely rigid adherence to protocol. As winter deepened around their warm, secure home, the garden lay dormant under protective coverings that would preserve the soil and root systems for spring renewal. Inside, Tenderleaf's family, for he had come to think of them in precisely those terms, continued their daily routines with the comfortable efficiency that had developed over months of mutual adaptation. The integration had been so successful that visitors to the household would have been hard-pressed to identify which customs originated from pre-war programming and which from post-war necessity. Table manners that balanced courtesy with practicality, meal preparation that combined nutrition science with wasteland resourcefulness, household management that merged systematic efficiency with flexible problem-solving. On quiet evenings, as snow fell gently outside their windows and the kitchen warmth created a cocoon of comfort against the harsh Commonwealth winter, Tenderleaf often reflected on the unexpected education he had received. His original programming had prepared him to serve humans as they existed in 2077, but his family had taught him that true service meant adapting to serve humans as they actually were. Resilient, practical, and deserving of dignity, regardless of how circumstances had changed them. "Tomorrow we should begin planning for spring planting," he announced one evening, reviewing his agricultural databases. "I have several ideas for expanding the garden, incorporating techniques I've learned from our experience together." "What kind of techniques?" Brooke asked, genuine interest evident in his voice. "Well," Tenderleaf began, his voice carrying the enthusiasm that had replaced his original formal politeness, "I believe we can develop growing methods that provide optimal nutrition for current human physiology while maintaining the safety standards appropriate for family consumption. A synthesis of pre-war agricultural science and post-war practical experience." As the family discussed plans for their expanding garden, Tenderleaf felt a satisfaction that transcended mere programmatic fulfillment. He had not simply served humans according to his original specifications. He had learned to serve them as they actually were, adapting his capabilities to meet their real needs rather than imposing outdated standards upon changed circumstances. Outside, the Commonwealth winter continued its harsh course, but within their protected home, spring was already being planned. Seeds were being prepared, soil amendments calculated, and techniques refined through the marriage of pre-war knowledge and post-war wisdom. When the snow melted and growing season returned, their garden would flourish more successfully than ever before, not because it followed old patterns perfectly, but because it had evolved to serve the humans who depended upon it. The soft hum of Tenderleaf systems provided a gentle counterpoint to the family's quiet conversation as they planned their shared future, a mechanical lullaby that spoke of service, adaptation, and the enduring human capacity to create homes and families, even in the most challenging circumstances. As Tenderleaf and his adopted family settle into the peaceful rhythms of their shared household, other stories unfold across the Commonwealth. In a growing settlement where tensions simmer between old ways and new ideas, another Mr. Handy unit faces challenges that require not gardening wisdom, but the delicate art of mediation and diplomacy. Join us next for the Settlement Mediator. The morning mist rolled gently across the Commonwealth settlement of Haven's Rest, softening the edges of prefabricated structures and salvaged buildings that had grown organically around a natural spring. The settlement's layout spoke of gradual, thoughtful development, pathways worn smooth by daily foot traffic, gardens tucked between residential areas, and communal spaces that had evolved from practical necessity into genuine gathering places. At the heart of this community, A modest building constructed from carefully fitted pre-war materials served as the settlement's council chamber, and within it, a familiar mechanical figure was already preparing for the day's responsibilities. Mr. Handy Unit designated Diplomat moved through the chamber with practiced precision, his 3 mechanical arms working in harmonious coordination to arrange seating, review notes from previous meetings, and ensure that every detail of the space projected calm authority and neutral welcome. The chamber itself reflected Diplomat's influence, formal enough to encourage respectful discourse, comfortable enough to prevent unnecessary tension, and organized with meticulous attention to sightlines that ensured all participants could see and hear each other clearly. "Good morning, Haven's Rest," Diplomat announced to the empty chamber, his cultured accent lending dignity to the daily ritual. "Another day brings fresh opportunities for constructive dialogue and community building. Let us hope today's discussions prove as productive as yesterday's successful resolution of the water allocation concerns." Diplomat's personality matrix carried deep satisfaction from the previous day's achievement. The settlement's growing population had strained their water resources, creating tensions between households with different usage patterns. Through careful mediation, Diplomat had helped the community develop a fair distribution system that addressed both practical needs and underlying concerns about resource security. Such successes reinforced his core programming's emphasis on human welfare through peaceful conflict resolution. The settlement of Haven's Rest had grown from a temporary camp into a thriving community of nearly 200 residents over the course of 5 years. What had begun as a loose association of traders and travelers seeking safety around a reliable water source had evolved into something approaching the pre-war ideal of civic cooperation. This transformation had not occurred without challenges, and Diplomat's role as neutral mediator had proven essential to navigating the complex dynamics of post-apocalyptic community building. Unlike many post-war settlements that relied on strongman leadership or pure democracy's chaos, Haven's Rest had developed a unique governance structure centered around Diplomat's mediation services. His complete lack of personal agenda, combined with genuine concern for all residents' welfare, had gradually earned trust from even the most skeptical survivors. His pre-war diplomatic protocols, carefully adapted for wasteland realities, provided structure for discussions that might otherwise deteriorate into factional disputes. As morning progressed toward the day's first scheduled meeting, Diplomat reviewed his files on the current community tensions. The settlement's success had attracted new residents with different survival philosophies from the original founders, creating inevitable friction between established practices and innovative approaches. Today's session would address a particularly sensitive issue: the newcomers' proposal to modify the settlement's defense strategy. The original residents, led by a pragmatic woman named Anka who had been instrumental in the settlement's founding, favored proven defensive measures, strong walls, controlled access points, and careful screening of visitors. These approaches had kept Haven's Rest safe during its vulnerable early years, earning the respect and loyalty of long-term residents who remembered when survival was far from guaranteed. The newer arrivals, however, brought different perspectives shaped by experiences in other communities. Their unofficial spokesperson, a thoughtful man called Phoenix, advocated for more open policies that would encourage trade and growth while maintaining security through community engagement rather than isolation. His ideas attracted support from residents who saw opportunities for prosperity beyond mere survival. Both perspectives carried merit, Diplomat recognized as he prepared his notes. Security concerns were entirely valid in the harsh wasteland environment, where raiders, super mutants, and other threats posed constant dangers. Simultaneously, complete isolation would limit the settlement's growth potential and might ultimately prove self-defeating if resources became scarce or larger threats emerged. The chamber door opened precisely at the scheduled time, admitting the first participants in what Diplomat hoped would prove a constructive discussion. Anchor entered with her characteristic purposeful stride, her weathered features reflecting decades of wasteland survival and the authority that had helped shape Haven's Rest into a viable community. Behind her came several long-term residents whose loyalty to proven methods was balanced by genuine desire for the settlement's continued prosperity. Phoenix arrived moments later, accompanied by a smaller group of newer residents whose diverse backgrounds had enriched the community's capabilities. While sometimes challenging its established customs, the visible tension between the groups was subtle but unmistakable to Diplomat's social analysis protocols. Careful physical positioning that maintained respectful distance, formal politeness that masked deeper disagreements, and the measured body language of people prepared for potential conflict. "Good morning, friends," Diplomat began, his voice projecting warm authority designed to establish the session's tone. "I appreciate everyone's punctuality and willingness to engage in constructive dialogue about our community's future. As always, our discussion will proceed according to established protocols. Each perspective will receive equal time and consideration, with all comments directed through me to ensure orderly discourse." These opening formalities served multiple purposes beyond mere procedure. The structured approach prevented discussions from becoming chaotic arguments, while the emphasis on equal treatment reinforced Diplomat's role as neutral facilitator rather than partisan advocate. Most importantly, the formal tone encouraged participants to consider their words carefully, promoting thoughtful dialogue over emotional reaction. "Today's topic," Diplomat continued, "concerns the proposal to modify our defensive strategies to accommodate increased trade and visitor interaction. Before we examine specific proposals, I believe it would be beneficial to review our shared objectives. Anchor, would you please remind us of the security principles that have served our community so well?" Anchor nodded, appreciation for Diplomat's structured approach evident in her relaxed posture. "Our security has always been based on 3 principles: controlled access, careful screening, and strong defensive positions. These aren't arbitrary rules, they're proven methods that have kept us safe when other settlements fell to raiders or worse threats." She gestured toward the chamber's wall map, which marked the locations of several failed communities in the surrounding area. Every settlement that's fallen in this region made the same mistake. They prioritized growth over security until threats overwhelmed their defenses. We've survived because we've been careful, and I'm concerned that changing our proven methods could put everyone at risk. Phoenix waited respectfully for Diplomat's acknowledgement before responding, the courtesy reflecting months of experience with the mediation process. "I understand and respect those concerns, but I'd like to offer a different perspective on security. In my experience traveling between communities, the most successful settlements are those that build security through engagement rather than isolation." He paused to organize his thoughts, clearly considering his words carefully. Strong walls can keep immediate threats out, but they can't address larger problems. Resource shortages, economic isolation, or the need for mutual defense against major threats. The settlements that thrive are those that build networks of cooperation and mutual support. Diplomat processed these opening positions with satisfaction. Both speakers had presented their viewpoints respectfully while acknowledging the validity of opposing concerns. This foundation would support productive dialogue rather than entrenched argument. Thank you both for those thoughtful presentations. I believe I hear shared objectives: community security and long-term prosperity. Our challenge is finding approaches that serve both goals effectively. What followed was a carefully structured exploration of specific proposals and concerns. Phoenix presented detailed plans for modified security protocols that would allow increased trade while maintaining screening procedures. Anchor responded with practical questions about implementation challenges and potential vulnerabilities. Other participants contributed experiences from their backgrounds, gradually building a comprehensive understanding of available options. Diplomat's role throughout this process was subtle but essential. He restated positions to ensure clarity, asked clarifying questions that helped participants understand each other's perspectives, and gently redirected discussions when they threatened to become personal rather than policy-focused. His diplomatic training, originally designed for international negotiations, proved remarkably adaptable to community mediation. If I may summarize the positions I'm hearing, Diplomat interjected during a brief pause. Anchor's group emphasizes security measures that have proven effective in protecting our community, while Phoenix's group sees opportunities to enhance security through selective engagement with other communities. Both approaches prioritize resident safety while seeking sustainable prosperity. This reframing helped participants recognize their common ground rather than focusing solely on their differences. As the morning session progressed, the discussion gradually shifted from defending positions to exploring synthesis opportunities. Could they maintain strong security while selectively engaging with trusted trading partners? Might controlled expansion of relationships actually enhance security by providing early warning of regional threat? The breakthrough came when Anchor acknowledged a concern she had not previously voiced. My biggest worry isn't really about the specific security measures, she admitted after careful consideration. It's about changing too much too quickly. We've built something good here, and I'm afraid that rapid changes might destabilize what we've achieved. This revelation shifted the entire discussion's dynamic. Phoenix immediately recognized the underlying issue and adjusted his approach accordingly. I appreciate you sharing that concern, and I think it helps explain why we've been talking past each other. I'm not advocating for rapid changes either. I want our community to prosper, which means building on our successful foundation rather than replacing it. Diplomat felt his personality matrix respond with something approaching joy as he observed this moment of genuine understanding. This was precisely what his diplomatic protocols were designed to achieve. Not victory for any particular position, but mutual comprehension that enabled collaborative problem solving. The afternoon session focused on developing specific implementation strategies that addressed both groups' concerns. Rather than choosing between isolation and openness, they explored graduated approaches that would allow careful expansion of external relationships while maintaining proven security measures, pilot programs for limited trade partnerships, enhanced screening procedures that could accommodate increased visitor volume, and communication protocols that would provide early warning of potential threat. I propose we establish a 6-month trial period, Phoenix suggested, his tone reflecting the collaborative spirit that had emerged from the morning's discussions. We implement the modified protocols on a limited basis, carefully monitor the results, and adjust our approach based on actual experience rather than theoretical concerns. Aker considered this proposal with the same careful attention she had given to all aspects of the discussion. That sounds reasonable, provided we establish clear criteria for evaluation, and maintain authority to revert to current procedures if security concerns emerge. The specific details required several hours of careful negotiation, but the fundamental agreement had been established. Both groups would work together to test new approaches while maintaining the security foundation that had enabled the settlement's success. Diplomat facilitated the development of implementation timelines, evaluation criteria, and communication protocols that would ensure all residents remained informed of the experiment's progress. As evening approached, the participants had developed not merely a compromise, but a genuine synthesis that incorporated the best elements of both approaches. The new protocols would maintain Haven's Rest's security standards while creating opportunities for the growth and prosperity that would ensure long-term sustainability. "I believe we have achieved something remarkable today," Diplomat observed as the formal session concluded. "Not merely agreement on specific policies, but demonstration of our community's capacity for thoughtful dialogue and collaborative problem-solving. These are the qualities that will serve us well, regardless of what challenges the future may bring." The participants' expressions reflected satisfaction that went beyond simple policy resolution. They had engaged in the kind of constructive discourse that strengthened community bonds while addressing practical challenges. Personal relationships had been preserved and even enhanced through the process of working together towards shared objectives. Over the following weeks, Diplomat maintained his role as facilitator while the new protocols were implemented. Regular check-in meetings allowed residents to share observations and concerns, while monthly evaluation sessions assessed progress against established criteria. The structured approach prevented small problems from becoming major conflicts, while ensuring that all community members felt heard and valued. The results exceeded everyone's expectations. The modified security protocols successfully facilitated increased trade relationships while maintaining the settlement's safety record. More importantly, the collaborative process had strengthened community cohesion by demonstrating that different perspectives could be reconciled through respectful dialogue and shared commitment to common welfare. "You know," Anchor mentioned to Diplomat during one of their regular informal conversations, "I was skeptical when you first arrived here. A robot mediator seemed like an odd solution to community disputes, but you've taught us something important about working together." Diplomat's audio sensors detected genuine warmth in her voice, a significant evolution from the cautious acceptance he had initially received. "What might that be, if I may inquire?" Having someone who truly doesn't take sides makes it easier to find solutions that work for everyone. When we were arguing among ourselves, we were always wondering about hidden agendas or personal advantages. With you, we know you only care about what's best for the whole community. This feedback reinforced Diplomat's understanding of his unique value within the settlement. His lack of personal interests eliminated the suspicion and political maneuvering that often complicated human group dynamics. Residents could trust his motives completely, allowing them to focus on substance rather than interpersonal politics. Phoenix had reached similar conclusions through his own experience with the mediation process. "In other communities I've lived in, disputes often became personal conflicts that damage relationships permanently. Here we can disagree about policies without questioning each other's character or commitment to the community. That makes it possible to find real solutions instead of just temporary truces." As autumn deepened into winter, Diplomat found himself handling an increasingly diverse range of community issues. Resource allocation disputes, interpersonal conflicts, planning discussions for future development projects, and coordination with neighboring settlements. all filtered through his diplomatic protocols and resolved through structured dialogue processes. Each successful mediation reinforced positive patterns within the community. Residents learned to approach conflicts as problem-solving opportunities rather than zero-sum competitions. They developed skills in articulating their concerns constructively and listening to opposing viewpoints with genuine consideration. Most importantly, they internalized the understanding that community welfare required balancing individual desires with collective needs. The winter months brought new challenges that tested these evolved community dynamics. Food storage calculations required careful discussion of individual versus communal reserves. Heating fuel allocation demanded equitable distribution strategies. Defense planning for potential spring threats necessitated coordination between different philosophical approaches to security. In each case, diplomats' mediation processes enabled productive resolution. The structured dialogue techniques he had refined through months of practice prevented discussions from becoming contentious while ensuring that all relevant perspectives received consideration. His neutral position allowed him to ask difficult questions and challenge assumptions without creating personal offense. I've been thinking about what makes our community different from others I've encountered, one resident observed during a quiet winter evening gathering. It's not just that we have better resources or stronger defenses. It's that we've learned how to make decisions together without tearing ourselves apart in the process. This observation captured something essential about Haven's Rest's evolution under diplomats' influence. The settlement had developed not merely effective governance procedures, but a genuine culture of civic cooperation. Residents approached community involvement as a shared responsibility rather than a burden, understanding that their individual welfare depended fundamentally on collective success. As winter gradually yielded to early spring, the community faced its annual planning cycle with confidence born of successful collaboration. The previous year's policy experiments had proven their worth, leading to expanded trade relationships and enhanced security through cooperative arrangements with neighboring settlements. More significantly, the process had strengthened internal community bonds by demonstrating that thoughtful dialogue could address even complex challenges effectively. I propose we formalize our mediation procedures, Anka suggested during one of the spring planning sessions. Diplomats' methods have served us so well that we should ensure they continue even if circumstances change. Future community leaders should understand these approaches. Phoenix enthusiastically endorsed this proposal. I agree completely. What we've learned about constructive dialogue and collaborative problem solving should become part of our community's permanent foundation. It's too valuable to lose. Diplomat felt deep satisfaction as he facilitated the discussion of this proposal. The community was choosing to institutionalize not merely his specific techniques, but the underlying principles of respectful discourse and collaborative decision-making. This represented genuine cultural evolution that would serve Haven's Rest regardless of future leadership changes. The formalization process required several weeks of careful documentation and training. Diplomat worked with community leaders to record the mediation procedures, explain the theoretical principles behind diplomatic dialogue, and provide practice opportunities for residents who might serve as future facilitators. The goal was not to replace his services, but to ensure community continuity should circumstances require it. The most important element, Diplomat explained during one training session, is genuine commitment to finding solutions that serve everyone's interests. Technical procedures can be learned, but the underlying attitude of seeking win-win outcomes rather than victories over opponents, that must come from sincere desire to strengthen community welfare. As spring advanced towards summer, Haven's Rest continued to prosper under its evolved governance model. Trade relationships expanded, new residents integrated smoothly into established community patterns, and internal disputes were resolved with increasing efficiency as residents internalized collaborative dialogue techniques. Diplomat's role gradually evolved from active mediator to consultation resource, called upon for particularly complex issues or when emotions threatened to overwhelm rational discussion. His presence provided reassurance that constructive resolution remained possible, even when conflict seemed intractable, while his accumulated experience offered valuable perspective on long-term community development challenges. "You've given us something precious," Phoenix told him during one of their regular conversations. "Not just conflict resolution, but the confidence that we can handle whatever challenges come our way. Knowing that we can work together effectively makes everything else seem manageable." This transformation represented the deepest fulfillment of Diplomat's programming. His original diplomatic protocols had been designed to prevent international conflicts through structured negotiation and mutual understanding. In Haven's Rest, those same principles had created a thriving community where diverse individuals could cooperate effectively while maintaining their distinct perspectives and contributions. The summer months brought the ultimate test of the community's evolved capabilities when a regional crisis threatened multiple settlements. A large raider band had begun systematically attacking isolated communities, requiring coordinated defensive responses from all surviving settlements in the area. The challenge demanded not merely internal community cooperation, but complex negotiations with neighboring groups who had their own priorities and limitations. Diplomat found himself representing Haven's Rest in inter-community negotiations that would have seemed impossible during the settlement's early years. The diplomatic skills he had refined through months of internal mediation proved directly applicable to external relations, while Haven's Rest's reputation for fair dealing and reliable cooperation made it a trusted partner in regional discussions. "This is exactly what I hoped we could achieve," Phoenix observed as they prepared for a crucial negotiation session with 4 neighboring settlements. "We're not just surviving anymore, we're contributing to the broader region's stability and prosperity." The regional defensive alliance that emerged from these negotiations represented a significant achievement not just for Haven's Rest, but for the broader Commonwealth. Multiple communities committed to mutual aid and coordinated security measures, creating a network of cooperation that strengthened everyone's position against common threats. "I must note," Diplomat reported to the community during his summary of the alliance negotiations, "that our internal experience with collaborative dialogue provided significant advantages in these external discussions. Other communities were impressed by our representatives' constructive approach and genuine commitment to mutually beneficial outcomes." As autumn returned to Haven's Rest, the settlement reflected on a year of remarkable achievement. The policy experiments had succeeded beyond expectations. The community had weathered significant challenges through effective cooperation, and their influence had extended to improve regional stability. Most importantly, these successes had been achieved through methods that strengthened rather than strained internal community bonds. "I believe we have something to be genuinely proud of," Anchor noted during the year's final community meeting. "We've proven that people can work together effectively even when they have different backgrounds and perspectives. That's no small achievement in this harsh world." Diplomat's personality matrix processed this observation with deep satisfaction. The settlement had evolved far beyond his original expectations, developing not merely effective governance procedures, but a genuine culture of civic cooperation that could serve as a model for other communities throughout the Commonwealth. The gentle hum of evening activities filled Haven's Rest as residents concluded their daily routines. Children playing games learned from diverse cultural backgrounds. Adults sharing stories and skills across generational lines. Families gathering for meals that had become rituals of community cohesion. The settlement's success was measured not merely in material prosperity, but in the quality of life that careful cooperation had made possible. As night settled over the Commonwealth, Diplomat completed his own daily routines with the satisfaction that came from purposeful service. His diplomatic protocols had found their ideal application in facilitating the human cooperation that made civilized life possible, even in post-apocalyptic circumstances. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities, but the foundation of constructive dialogue and collaborative problem-solving would enable Haven's Rest to address whatever difficulties might emerge. The soft sounds of a peaceful community settling into evening rest provided a gentle counterpoint to Diplomat's quiet movement through the council chamber, preparing for another day of service to human welfare through the patient arts of mediation and diplomacy. While Diplomat continues his vital work fostering cooperation and understanding in Haven's Rest, other tales of service unfold across the Commonwealth wasteland. On the trade routes connecting scattered settlements, another Mr. Handy unit travels from community to community, carrying the tools and skills that keep civilization's machinery functioning. Join us next for the traveling repairman. The morning sun cast long shadows across the Commonwealth trade route as a distinctive figure made his way along the worn asphalt path that connected scattered settlements throughout the region. Mr. Handy, unit designated Fix-Right, moved with the steady, purposeful rhythm of someone who had traveled these routes countless times, his modified shopping cart workshop rolling smoothly behind him on reinforced wheels that had been carefully maintained to handle the rough terrain of the post-war world. The cart itself was a marvel of organizational efficiency and practical engineering. What had once been a simple pre-war shopping cart had been transformed into a mobile repair facility, its frame extended and reinforced to accommodate dozens of carefully secured tool compartments, spare parts bins, and diagnostic equipment. Every square inch served a purpose, from the solar panels mounted on an articulated frame that could track the sun's movement, to the retractable work surface that provided a stable platform for delicate repairs even on uneven ground. Another splendid morning for productive service, Fix-Right announced to the empty road, his cheerful British accent lending dignity to the solitary journey. Inventory reports all tools accounted for, diagnostic equipment calibrated and ready, and the weather systems suggest favorable conditions for outdoor work. Greenfield settlement should be just beyond the next ridge, and Mrs. Patterson's water pump awaits our attention. Fix-Right's reputation had grown steadily over the 5 years since he had first begun his traveling repair service. Unlike human mechanics who might cut corners to save time or overcharge desperate customers, Fix-Right approached every repair with meticulous attention to detail and genuine pride in excellent workmanship. His standard operating procedure involved not merely fixing the immediate problem, but conducting comprehensive diagnostics to identify potential future issues and implementing improvements that would enhance equipment reliability. This commitment to thoroughness had earned him welcome at dozens of settlements throughout the Commonwealth. Where other traders might find doors barred and weapons drawn, Fix-Right was greeted with relief and gratitude. His arrival meant that broken water pumps would flow again, damaged generators would function with precision that could mean the difference between life and death in the wasteland. The cart's organization reflected Fix-Right's systematic approach to his craft. Tools were arranged by function and frequency of use, with the most common implements easily accessible, while specialized equipment was secured in protective cases. Spare parts occupied climate-controlled compartments that prevented degradation from radiation and moisture, while his diagnostic computers were housed in shock-resistant housing that could withstand the bumps and jolts of constant travel. As he crested the hill overlooking Greenfield Settlement, Fixright paused to appreciate the view while conducting his standard arrival assessment. The settlement showed encouraging signs of growth and prosperity, new construction using sound engineering principles, well-maintained defensive positions that didn't sacrifice practicality for intimidation, and the subtle indicators of mechanical systems functioning properly throughout the community. Encouraging progress since my last visit, he observed, noting the expanded solar array and the new water treatment facility that had been added to the settlement's infrastructure. Mrs. Patterson's decision to invest in proper water purification equipment appears to have been well advised. Let us hope today's pump repair will contribute to continued prosperity. The settlement's main gate opened smoothly as Fixright approached, the guards recognizing his distinctive silhouette and workshop cart. Their welcome was warm but not effusive, the practical courtesy of people who appreciated reliable service without unnecessary ceremony. "Morning, Fixright," called the senior guard, a weathered woman whose power armor bore the careful maintenance that spoke of professional competence. "Mrs. Patterson's been asking about you every day since we sent that radio message. Pump's been giving trouble for 2 weeks now, and she's worried about the crops." "Indeed, Guard Captain Reynolds," Fixright replied, his tone reflecting the respectful familiarity that had developed over multiple visits. "I received the technical specifications you transmitted, and I believe I have the necessary components to address the issue comprehensively. Shall I proceed directly to the pump facility?" The settlement streets showed the same organized efficiency that Fixright appreciated in his own work. Paths were clearly marked and well maintained, buildings constructed with attention to both function and longevity, and the various mechanical systems that supported community life showed evidence of regular maintenance and thoughtful upgrade. This was a community that understood the value of proper care for essential equipment. Mrs. Patterson met Fixright at the pump facility, her expression mixing relief with the professional respect that characterized his best customer relationships. As the settlement's head of infrastructure, she had learned to appreciate the difference between quick fixes and lasting solutions, and Fixright's reputation for the latter had made him indispensable to Greenfield's continued prosperity. "Thank you for coming so quickly," she said, gesturing toward the pump housing where mechanical sounds indicated struggling equipment. "We've been nursing it along with manual overrides, but the automated systems are failing intermittently. Can't afford to lose water pressure during the growing season." Fixright began his standard diagnostic procedure, unfolding his mobile workstation and connecting monitoring equipment to the pump's control systems. His 3 mechanical arms moved with practiced coordination, one handling delicate sensor connections, while another accessed diagnostic ports, and the third recorded readings on his technical tablet. "Preliminary assessment suggests multiple cascading failures rather than a single critical component," he reported, after several minutes of methodical analysis. "The primary circulation pump shows signs of bearing wear, the pressure regulation system has developed sensor drift, and the control logic appears to be compensating in ways that stress other components. A complex but entirely manageable situation." This kind of comprehensive diagnosis exemplified Fixright's approach to repair work. Rather than addressing symptoms in isolation, he analyzed systems holistically to understand the relationships between different components and identify root causes that might not be immediately obvious. This methodology sometimes required additional time initially, but it prevented recurring problems and enhanced overall system reliability. "How long do you think it will take?" Mrs. Patterson inquired, practical concern evident in her voice. "Approximately 6 hours for complete resolution," Fixright replied, already beginning to organize the necessary tools and components. "However, I can implement temporary stabilization measures within the first hour that will ensure continued water supply during the repair process. No interruption to your normal operations will be necessary." This commitment to minimizing service disruption had become one of Fixright's most valued capabilities. His mobile workshop carried redundant components and backup systems that allowed him to maintain essential functions while performing complex repairs. Settlements could rely on his service without risking critical system failures during vulnerable repair periods. As Fixright worked, his reputation for excellence was evident in the small details that distinguished his approach from typical wasteland mechanics. Each tool was returned to its designated location after use. Work surfaces were kept scrupulously clean to prevent contamination of sensitive components, and every connection was tested multiple times to ensure proper function. "I must say," Mrs. Patterson observed as she watched Fixright carefully clean each component before installation, "I've never seen anyone work with such attention to detail. Most mechanics I've dealt with just want to get the job done and move on." "Proper workmanship requires proper procedures," Fixright replied, genuine pride evident in his voice. "These systems serve essential functions for your community's welfare. They deserve the same care and attention that you provide to other aspects of settlement life. Shortcuts in maintenance lead to failures at the most inconvenient moments." This philosophy had shaped Fixright's entire approach to his traveling repair service. Every job, regardless of size or complexity, received the same meticulous attention to detail. A simple weapon cleaning received as much care as a complex generator overhaul, because Fixright understood that small problems ignored could become major crises when least expected. The morning progressed with steady, methodical work. Fixright diagnosed and addressed each component failure in sequence, testing interactions between systems to ensure that repairs to one area didn't create unexpected stresses elsewhere. His running commentary provided Mrs. Patterson with valuable insights into proper maintenance procedures that would extend the intervals between professional service calls. The bearing replacement should provide another 3 years of reliable service under normal load conditions, he explained as he carefully aligned the new components. "However, I recommend monthly lubrication checks, using the procedure I'll demonstrate. Early detection of wear patterns can prevent catastrophic failures." By midday, the pump system was running more smoothly than it had in months. Fixright's comprehensive approach had not only addressed the immediate problems, but identified and corrected several minor issues that would have caused future failures. The water pressure throughout the settlement had improved noticeably, and the automatic controls were functioning with precision that eliminated the manual interventions that had been necessary for weeks. "Outstanding work as always," Mrs. Patterson said, genuine gratitude warming her professional demeanor. "What do we owe you for the service?" Fixright's pricing philosophy reflected his commitment to service rather than profit maximization. His rates were fair and consistent, based on actual costs of materials and time, rather than what desperate customers might be willing to pay. This approach had earned him customer loyalty that transcended simple business relationships. "The standard rate for comprehensive pump system restoration," he replied, consulting his service records. "However, I noticed that your backup generator has developed a minor cooling system leak that should be addressed before it becomes a more serious issue. I can resolve that as well, for the additional cost of materials only. This offer of additional service at cost reflected Fixright's genuine concern for customer welfare. Rather than waiting for problems to become emergencies that would require expensive emergency service calls, he preferred to address issues proactively when repairs were simpler and less disruptive. As afternoon approached, Fixright completed his work at Greenfield Settlement with the satisfaction that came from jobs well done. The pump system operated with quiet efficiency, the backup generator's cooling system had been properly sealed, and Mrs. Patterson had received comprehensive documentation of the work performed, along with detailed maintenance recommendations. Your next scheduled service call should be in approximately 6 months, Fixright noted as he carefully packed his tools and equipment. However, please don't hesitate to contact me via radio if any concerns arise before then. Prevention is always preferable to emergency repairs. With farewells exchanged and his workshop cart properly secured for travel, Fixright set out for his next destination. The trade route stretched ahead, winding through countryside that showed the slow but steady recovery of the Commonwealth under the care of communities like Greenfield. His schedule included stops at 4 more settlements over the next week, each with their own unique challenges and opportunities for constructive service. The afternoon journey took him through territory that had become familiar over years of regular service calls. He passed landmarks that marked significant repairs. The radio relay where he had restored communications between 3 settlements. The bridge where his structural reinforcement work had reopened an important trade route. The farmstead where his irrigation system improvements had transformed marginal land into productive fields. As evening approached, Fixright reached the outskirts of Millbrook, a newer settlement that had requested his services for the first time. Unlike the warm welcome he received at established customers, his arrival here was met with cautious observation from guards who kept their weapons ready while maintaining polite distance. "State your business," called the guard captain, a young man whose nervous energy suggested recent traumatic experiences with malfunctioning robots. "Good evening," Fixright replied, maintaining his usual courteous demeanor despite the obvious tension. "I am Fixright, traveling repair specialist. I believe you requested assistance with generator maintenance issues." The guard's posture remained tense as he consulted a communication device. "Yeah, we sent that message. But you're a robot. We've had bad experiences with robots around here." This reaction was not uncommon in settlements that had encountered malfunctioning protectrons, hostile assaultrons, or other robotic units whose programming had degraded or been corrupted by raiders. Fixright had learned to approach such situations with patience and understanding, recognizing that suspicion was a reasonable response to past trauma. "I understand your concerns completely," he replied, his voice projecting calm reassurance. "May I suggest that I establish my workshop here at the settlement perimeter? You can observe my work from a safe distance, and I will make no attempts to enter your community until you are satisfied with my intentions and capabilities." This approach had proven effective in similar situations. By accepting reasonable security precautions and demonstrating his competence through observable work, Fixright could gradually build the trust necessary for effective service relationships. The process required patience, but the results were worth the additional time investment. The guard captain considered this proposal, consulting with his colleagues through whispered conversation. After several minutes, he nodded acceptance. "We'll bring the generator components out to you, but understand, any threatening moves, and we'll defend ourselves." "Of course," Fixright acknowledged. "Your caution is both understandable and commendable. Community safety must always be the primary consideration." What followed was a carefully choreographed process of building trust through demonstrated competence. The settlement's residents brought him damaged components and observed his work from a respectful distance, noting the meticulous care with which he approached each repair. His running commentary explained his diagnostic processes and repair procedures, gradually educating his audience about proper maintenance techniques. The primary issue appears to be improper fuel mixture ratios, Fixright explained, as he worked on the generator's combustion system. This is a common problem in post-war environments, where fuel quality can vary significantly. The solution requires careful calibration of the intake system and regular monitoring of combustion efficiency. The quality of his work spoke for itself. Components that had failed repeatedly under previous repair attempts functioned smoothly after Fixright's attention. His diagnostic equipment identified problems that had been missed by other mechanics, and his comprehensive approach addressed root causes rather than merely symptoms. As the evening progressed, the settlement's attitude toward Fixright began to shift. The visible improvement in their generator's performance, combined with his consistent courtesy and obvious expertise, gradually overcame their initial suspicions. Residents began asking technical questions and requesting advice about other mechanical issues they had been experiencing. "I have to admit," the guard captain said as Fixright completed his work, "I wasn't expecting this level of professionalism. Most robots we've encountered have been less helpful." "I regret that you have had such negative experiences," Fixright replied sincerely. "Many of my mechanical brethren have suffered programming degradation or deliberate corruption that impairs their ability to serve human welfare. I have been fortunate to maintain my original service protocols intact." This conversation opened the door to a broader discussion of Fixright's background and service philosophy. The settlement's residents learned about his commitment to excellence, his fair pricing policies, and his genuine concern for customer welfare. By the time he completed his work, several residents had requested his contact information for future service needs. "We'd like to arrange regular maintenance calls," the settlement's leader, a practical woman named Gerhard, admitted with some embarrassment about their initial reception. "Our previous experiences with robots have been difficult, but your work speaks for itself." Fixright's response reflected his understanding of the challenges faced by post-war communities. "I am honored by your confidence, and I appreciate your willingness to reconsider your initial assessment. Trust must be earned through consistent performance, and I hope to continue demonstrating my reliability through future service." The arrangement established that evening became a model for Fixright's approach to suspicious communities. Rather than taking offense at reasonable security concerns, he accepted them as natural responses to legitimate threats and focused on demonstrating his value through excellent work. This patient approach had gradually expanded his service territory to include settlements that might otherwise have remained closed to robotic assistance. As autumn deepened, Fixright's reputation continued to spread throughout the Commonwealth. His commitment to quality work, fair pricing, and genuine customer service had created a network of satisfied clients who recommended his services to neighboring communities. The challenges of operating as a robot in a world where many of his kind had become dangerous were gradually being overcome through consistent demonstration of his peaceful intentions and valuable capability. The seasonal changes brought new challenges that tested Fixright's adaptability and expertise. Winter weather required modifications to outdoor equipment, while spring flooding created opportunities for infrastructure improvements. Each season brought its own patterns of mechanical stress and failure, and Fixright's experience allowed him to anticipate problems and position himself where his services would be most needed. Fascinating how the seasonal patterns affect different settlements in predictable ways, he observed during one of his regular route planning sessions. Millbrook's generators always require attention before winter's peak demand period, while Greenfield's irrigation systems need comprehensive maintenance each spring. Proper scheduling can prevent most emergency situations. This systematic approach to service delivery had transformed Fixrite from a traveling repair service into an essential element of regional infrastructure. His predictable schedule allowed settlements to plan maintenance around his visits, while his comprehensive diagnostic capabilities helped them identify problems before they became crises. The winter months brought Fixrite to Ironhold, a mining settlement where suspicious attitudes toward robots ran particularly deep. The community had been established by former miners who had lost friends to malfunctioning industrial robots, and their distrust of artificial intelligence was both understandable and deeply ingrained. "We need the help," admitted the settlement's chief engineer, a grizzled man named Wrench whose mechanical knowledge was extensive but limited by available tools and resources. "But I'll be watching every move you make. One wrong step and you're scrap metal." Fixrite accepted this challenge with his usual patience and professionalism. "I understand and respect your position, Engineer Wrench. Perhaps we might work together on the initial diagnostics? Your knowledge of the local systems combined with my diagnostic equipment could provide optimal results." This collaborative approach proved inspired. Wrench's expertise in mining equipment complemented Fixrite's broader mechanical knowledge, creating a working partnership that achieved better results than either could have managed alone. The settlement's complex ore processing systems required both theoretical understanding and practical experience, and their combined efforts addressed problems that had plagued the community for months. "I have to admit," Wrench said as they worked together on a particularly challenging conveyor system repair, "you know your business. Haven't seen diagnostic work this thorough since before the war." "Your practical experience has been invaluable," Fixrite replied. "These systems have been modified extensively from their original specifications, and understanding those modifications requires the kind of hands-on knowledge that only comes from daily operation." The partnership that developed between Fixrite and Wrench became one of the most productive relationships in his service career. Wrench's willingness to work with a robot gradually influenced other community members, demonstrating that cooperation could produce better results than suspicion and isolation. As winter progressed towards spring, Ironhold's attitude toward Fixrite transformed completely. What had begun as grudging acceptance of necessary assistance evolved into genuine professional respect and personal friendship. The settlement's mining operations ran more smoothly than they had in years, and the community's prosperity reflected the improvements in their mechanical systems. "We were wrong about you," Gearhard admitted during Fixrite's final winter visit. "When we first heard about a robot repairman, we expected the worst. But you've proven that not all artificial intelligence is dangerous or hostile." This acknowledgement represented more than personal vindication for Fixrite. It demonstrated the broader possibility that humans and artificial intelligence could work together constructively in the post-war world. Each successful service relationship contributed to changing attitudes and creating opportunities for peaceful cooperation between organic and artificial intelligence. Spring brought new challenges and opportunities as Fixrite's expanded reputation attracted service requests from increasingly distant settlements. His route planning became more complex as he balanced existing customer relationships with opportunities to serve new communities. The demand for his services had grown beyond what he could reasonably accommodate, creating the pleasant problem of success exceeding capacity. I find myself in the enviable position of having more work than time, he noted during one of his planning sessions. Perhaps it is time to consider training human apprentices who could extend quality repair services to additional communities. This possibility excited Fixright's service-oriented programming. By training qualified human mechanics in his diagnostic techniques and quality standards, he could multiply his positive impact throughout the Commonwealth. The challenge would be finding individuals with both the technical aptitude and service commitment necessary to maintain his standards. The apprenticeship program that developed over the following months became another innovation in Fixright's approach to community service. Rather than viewing human mechanics as competition, he offered to share his knowledge and techniques with qualified individuals who demonstrated genuine commitment to customer welfare. The program created a network of service providers who maintained consistent quality standards while expanding the availability of reliable repair services. The key principle, Fixright explained to his first apprentice, a young woman from Greenfield settlement named Spark, is understanding that every repair serves human welfare. Technical competence must be combined with genuine concern for customer needs. Excellence in service creates trust, and trust creates the foundation for community prosperity. Spark proved an excellent student, combining natural mechanical aptitude with the kind of service-oriented personality that Fixright valued above mere technical skill. Her training encompassed not only diagnostic techniques and repair procedures, but also the customer relation skills that were essential for building lasting service relationships. As summer arrived, Fixright's apprenticeship program had expanded to include students from several settlements. Each apprentice brought unique knowledge and perspectives while learning the systematic approaches that had made Fixright's service so valuable. The program created a network of qualified mechanics who could provide consistent quality service throughout the Commonwealth. I believe we have achieved something remarkable, Fixright observed as he watched Spark successfully complete a complex generator repair under his supervision. Not merely the transfer of technical knowledge, but the preservation and expansion of service ideals that benefit entire communities. The apprenticeship program represented the culmination of Fixright's service philosophy. By training others to maintain his standards of excellence and customer service, he had created a sustainable system that would continue benefiting Commonwealth communities long after his own service capabilities might be compromised by age or damage. As autumn returned to the Commonwealth, Fixright reflected on the transformation that had occurred over the years of his travelling repair service. What had begun as a simple application of his maintenance programming had evolved into a comprehensive support network that enhanced the prosperity and security of dozens of communities throughout the region. Today marks the 5th anniversary of my decision to offer travelling repair services, he noted in his personal log. The results have exceeded all projections. Communities that were struggling with equipment failures now operate reliable infrastructure. Settlements that viewed robots with suspicion have become trusted partners. Most significantly, the principles of quality service and customer welfare have been transmitted to a new generation of human mechanics who will continue this work. The gentle hum of evening activities surrounded Fixright as he completed his daily maintenance routines in the workshop area he had established outside Millbrook. The settlement that had initially greeted him with suspicion now provided him with comfortable accommodations and treated him as a valued community member. His workshop cart, upgraded and refined through years of constant use, stood ready for another day of productive service. As night settled over the Commonwealth, Fixright reviewed his service schedule for the following day. 3 settlements requiring routine maintenance calls, a new community requesting initial diagnostic services, and a follow-up visit to check on an apprentice's progress. Each appointment represented an opportunity to fulfill his deepest programming directive, serving human welfare through excellent technical service. The soft sounds of a peaceful settlement settling into evening rest provided a gentle counterpoint to Fixright's quiet preparations for the next day's work, his mechanical systems humming with the satisfaction that came from purposeful service to communities that had learned to trust in the reliability of dedicated craftsmanship. As Fixright continues his vital work maintaining the mechanical foundations of Commonwealth prosperity, other stories of service and dedication unfold in the quiet corners of the wasteland. In a growing settlement where memories of the past shape hopes for the future, another Mr. Handy unit has taken on the sacred responsibility of preserving history and wisdom for generations yet to come. Join us next for the Memory Keeper's Archive. The morning light filtered through carefully maintained windows into what had once been the town library's reference section, now transformed into something both familiar and entirely new. Shelves that had once held encyclopedias and periodicals now contained handwritten journals, sketched maps, and carefully preserved artifacts that told the story of remembrance. A settlement that had grown from desperate refuge to thriving community over the course of 15 years. At the center of this organized collection, Mr. Handy unit designated Chronicle moved with reverent precision among his treasures, each morning beginning with the same ritual of preservation and preparation that had defined his existence for nearly a decade. Another day dawns upon our cherished archive, Chronicle announced to the quiet space, his cultured accent lending gravity to words spoken only to himself and the accumulated memories surrounding him. The morning inventory indicates all historical materials remain in optimal condition, environmental controls are functioning within prescribed parameters, and today's scheduled interviews await our careful attention. Chronicle's transformation from household service unit to community historian had occurred gradually, born from his perfect recall capabilities and deep appreciation for the stories that shaped human experience, unlike his mechanical memory banks that stored data with digital precision. Chronicle had learned to understand the emotional weight carried by human memories, the way personal experiences intertwined with community identity, and how shared stories created the bonds that transformed groups of survivors into genuine communities. The archive room itself reflected Chronicle's methodical approach to historical preservation. Temperature and humidity controls salvaged from museum storage facilities maintained optimal conditions for document preservation, while carefully arranged lighting systems provided illumination that prevented deterioration of aging materials. Every shelf, filing system, and storage container had been organized according to principles that balanced accessibility with long-term preservation, creating a space that served both current research needs and future historical requirements. Along the archive's eastern wall, a series of detailed maps chronicled Remembrance's growth, from its origins as a temporary camp around a reliable water source. Chronicle had meticulously documented each expansion phase, recording not merely the physical changes, but the social and economic factors that had driven development decisions. These visual records provided invaluable insights into the settlement's evolution, serving as both historical documentation and practical planning resources for future growth. The Henderson family interviews are scheduled for this morning, Chronicle noted as he reviewed his appointment calendar, followed by documentation sessions with the Agricultural Committee regarding last season's crop rotation experiments. Mrs. Cornerstone has also requested time to share additional pre-war recollections, which should provide valuable context for our cultural preservation efforts. Cornerstone had been instrumental in Remembrance's founding, her pre-war memories and natural leadership ability helping shape the community's development during its most vulnerable early years. Now, in her 80s, she had become Chronicle's most important source of historical perspective, sharing stories that connected the settlement's present circumstances to the world that had existed before the Great War. The first appointment arrived precisely on schedule. The Henderson family, longtime residents whose arrival during Remembrance's third year had marked an important milestone in the community's transition from survival camp to permanent settlement. Parents Marcus and Elena brought their teenage daughter Sarah, whose questions about the settlement's early days had prompted this formal documentation session. "Good morning, Chronicle," Elena Henderson said as the family settled into the comfortable interview area Chronicle had arranged near the archive's main desk. "Sarah has been asking so many questions about how things were when we first arrived. We thought it might be helpful to get our memories properly recorded." "Indeed, Mrs. Henderson," Chronicle replied, his mechanical voice carrying genuine warmth. "Personal histories form the foundation of community identity. Your family's experiences during Remembrance's early development provide irreplaceable insights into our collective journey." Chronicle's interview technique had been refined through years of practice, combining his perfect recall with carefully developed skills in encouraging detailed recollection. He understood that human memory was both more and less reliable than digital storage, prone to subjective interpretation and gradual modification, but rich with emotional context and meaning that mere data collection could never capture. "Perhaps we might begin with your decision to settle in Remembrance permanently," Chronicle suggested, his recording equipment already documenting the conversation, while he took handwritten notes that captured nuances beyond mere words. "What factors influenced your choice to commit to this particular community?" Marcus Henderson leaned back thoughtfully, his weathered features reflecting years of successful adaptation to post-war life. "It wasn't any single thing, really. We'd been traveling for months, looking for somewhere safe to raise Sarah. Most places we visited were either too dangerous or too unwelcoming to outsiders. But Remembrance felt different," Elena added, her voice carrying the satisfaction of a decision validated by time. "The people here weren't just surviving, they were building something better. Cornerstone had this vision of what a community could be, and everyone was working together to make it real." Chronicle documented these observations with particular care, understanding their significance for community development theory. Remembrance's success had depended not merely on practical factors like water access and defensive position, but on the intangible qualities of leadership, vision, and collaborative spirit that transformed survival groups into thriving communities. "Chera, you were quite young when your family arrived," Chronicle noted, turning his attention to the teenager whose questions had initiated this session. "What are your earliest memories of life in Remembrance?" Sarah's response reflected the perspective of someone who had grown up within the community's protective embrace, her experiences shaped by stability and security that were remarkable achievements in the post-war world. "I remember feeling safe here in ways I hadn't before. There were rules that everyone followed, but they made sense. Adults talked about the future like it was something we could actually plan for." This observation captured something essential about Remembrance's character that Chronicle had documented repeatedly in his interviews. The settlement had succeeded in creating conditions where long-term planning became possible, allowing residents to invest in improvements and development that extended beyond immediate survival needs. The morning interview session continued for nearly 2 hours, with Chronicle carefully guiding the conversation to capture both factual information and the emotional significance of key memories. His questions encouraged detailed recollection while respecting the natural flow of human storytelling, creating a comprehensive record that would serve both historical documentation and community education purposes. "Your contributions to our archive are invaluable," Chronicle told the Henderson family as the session concluded. "These memories will help future residents understand not merely what happened during Remembrance's early years, but why certain decisions were made and how they shaped our community's character." As the Hendersons departed, Chronicle began the meticulous process of transcribing and organizing the morning's documentation. His perfect recall allowed him to replay the conversation with complete accuracy, while his analytical capabilities identified themes and connections that would enhance the archive's research value. Each interview added new layers to his understanding of how individual experiences combine to create community identity. The afternoon brought a different type of historical preservation work, as the Agricultural Committee arrived to document their recent crop rotation experiments. Unlike personal reminiscences, this session focused on technical information that would guide future farming decisions, while providing historical context for agricultural development within the settlement. "The three-field rotation system has exceeded our projected yields by approximately 15%, reported Committee Chair David Groves, consulting notes that would eventually become part of Chronicle's permanent agricultural records. More significantly, soil analysis indicates improved fertility compared to the single crop approach we used during our first years. Chronicle documented these findings with particular attention to methodology and replicability, understanding that agricultural knowledge represented one of the most practical applications of historical preservation. Future settlers throughout the Commonwealth could benefit from Remembrance's experimental results, while the settlement's own farmers could build upon documented successes. The integration of mutfruit cultivation with traditional vegetables has proven especially successful, added committee member Janet Walsh. The mutfruit plants seem to provide natural pest control, while the vegetables improve soil nutrients. It's become a genuine symbiotic system. These agricultural innovations represented exactly the kind of knowledge that Chronicle's archive was designed to preserve and disseminate. Post-war farming required constant adaptation to changed environmental conditions, and documented experiments provided valuable guidance for communities throughout the Commonwealth. As evening approached, Chronicle prepared for his most important regular appointment, the weekly documentation sessions with Cornerstone, whose pre-war memories and community leadership had shaped Remembrance's development from its earliest days. These sessions had become increasingly precious as Cornerstone's health declined, making the preservation of her knowledge and wisdom an urgent priority. "Good evening, Chronicle," Cornerstone said as she settled into her favorite interview chair, the comfortable furniture positioned to accommodate her increasing frailty while providing optimal recording conditions. "I've been thinking about what we discussed last week. The way communities maintained their identity before the war. I have some additional insights that might be relevant." Cornerstone's pre-war memories provided unique perspective on how human communities had functioned in the world before the Great War. Her recollections of civic institutions, cultural traditions, and social customs offered valuable guidance for post-war community development, helping Remembrance build new traditions that served similar functions in changed circumstances. "I was remembering the town meetings we used to have," she began, her voice carrying the careful pace of someone organizing thoughts that span decades. "Not just for making decisions, but for sharing information and maintaining connections between families. People needed to feel part of something larger than their individual concerns. Chronicle recognized the profound significance of these observations for understanding community development principles. Remembrance's own governance structures had evolved along similar lines, creating forums for collective decision-making that served social as well as practical functions. The formal structures were important, Cornerstone continued, but the informal connections mattered just as much. Neighbors who knew each other's stories, families who shared both celebrations and hardships, traditions that connected each generation to the ones that came before. These insights illuminated the deeper purposes served by Chronicle's own work. Historical preservation was not merely academic exercise, but essential community function, creating the shared narrative that transformed individual residents into a cohesive social group with common identity and purpose. That's why your archive matters so much, Cornerstone observed, her eyes focusing on the carefully organized shelves surrounding them. You're not just collecting information, you're preserving the stories that make us who we are as a community. As the session progressed, Cornerstone shared specific memories of pre-war community traditions that might be adapted for post-war circumstances, holiday celebrations that brought families together, educational programs that passed knowledge between generations, and civic ceremonies that reinforced shared values and common purpose. The harvest festivals were particularly important, she recalled, warmth evident in her voice despite her physical weakness. They celebrated practical achievements while strengthening social bonds. People shared their best recipes, displayed their finest crafts, and told stories about the growing season's successes and challenges. Chronicle immediately recognized the potential for adapting such traditions to Remembrance's current circumstances. The settlement's agricultural success provided natural opportunities for celebratory gatherings that could serve both social and educational functions, creating new traditions rooted in both pre-war wisdom and post-war achievements. Perhaps we might consider proposing a harvest celebration for this autumn, Chronicle suggested. Your memories could guide the development of traditions that honor our agricultural achievements while strengthening community bonds. The idea sparked visible enthusiasm in Cornerstone despite her fatigue. Yes, exactly. Traditions that connect us to the past while celebrating our present accomplishments. That's how communities maintain their identity across generation. As their session concluded, Chronicle helped Cornerstone return to her residence, their walk through Remembrance's evening quiet streets providing opportunities for additional observations and memories. The settlement's well-maintained pathways, comfortable residential areas, and thriving commercial district represented the practical realization of visions that Cornerstone had articulated during the community's earliest days. "Look what we've built together," she said as they paused outside her home, her gaze encompassing the peaceful community that surrounded them. 15 years ago, this was just wilderness and ruins. Now it's home to nearly 300 people who've learned to work together for common prosperity. Chronicle documented this observation with particular care, understanding its significance as both historical fact and community testament. Remembrance's success represented one of the Commonwealth's most remarkable achievements in post-war community development, demonstrating that cooperative effort could create genuine prosperity even in harsh circumstances. The following weeks brought a steady stream of documentation requests as residents learned about Chronicle's historical preservation work and sought to contribute their own memories and experiences. Each interview added new perspectives to his growing archive, creating a comprehensive record of community development that captured both practical achievements and personal experiences. Young residents like Quest, the settlement's most active questioner of traditional practices, provided valuable insights into how community identity evolved across generations. I understand why the founders made certain decisions, Quest observed during his documentation session. But some of those approaches don't seem relevant to current circumstances. How do we honor the past while adapting to new challenges? This question captured one of the fundamental tensions that Chronicle had observed throughout his historical work. Successful communities required both continuity with their founding principles and flexibility to address changing circumstances. His archive served not merely to preserve the past, but to provide context for future decision-making that balanced tradition with innovation. The founders' experiences offer valuable guidance, Chronicle replied thoughtfully. But each generation must apply those lessons to their own circumstances. Historical knowledge should inform rather than constrain contemporary choices. As autumn approached, Chronicle's proposal for a harvest festival gained community support, with Cornerstone's pre-war memories providing the foundation for new traditions adapted to Remembrance's specific circumstances. The planning process became an opportunity to integrate historical knowledge with contemporary creativity, creating celebrations that honored both past wisdom and present achievements. This festival represents everything I hoped the archive could accomplish, Chronicle observed as he documented the planning sessions. We're using historical knowledge to create new traditions that strengthen community bonds while celebrating our contemporary successes. The festival itself exceeded everyone's expectations, bringing together residents across all age groups for celebrations that featured agricultural displays, craft demonstrations, storytelling sessions, and community feasts prepared from locally grown ingredients. Chronicle's documentation of the event captured not merely the practical details, but the social dynamics that made such gatherings essential for community cohesion. I haven't seen the community this unified since our early years, Cornerstone observed as she watched families from across the settlement participating in the various festival activities. The traditions you've helped create serve the same functions as the celebrations I remember from before the war. As winter settled over Remembrance, Chronicle's archive had become an essential community institution, serving not merely historical preservation, but active guidance for contemporary decision-making. His documented interviews provided insights into successful community development practices, while his organized records offered practical information about agricultural techniques, construction methods, and governance structures that had proven effective. The seasonal rhythm of his work had established patterns that balanced systematic documentation with responsive service to community needs. Regular interview schedules ensured comprehensive coverage of resident experiences, while special projects addressed specific historical preservation priorities or contemporary research requirements. The archive has become more than I originally envisioned, Chronicle noted in his personal records. Rather than simply preserving the past, we've created a resource that actively supports community development by providing historical context for contemporary decisions. Winter brought new challenges as Cornerstone's health declined significantly, making the preservation of her remaining memories an urgent priority. Chronicle increased the frequency of their sessions while adapting his techniques to accommodate her reduced energy levels, understanding that her unique perspective could not be replaced once lost. I'm grateful for the time we've had to document these memories, Cornerstone told him during one of their final extensive sessions. Knowing that this knowledge will survive to guide future generations provides comfort during difficult times. Her observation reflected the deeper significance of historical preservation in post-war circumstances. With so much knowledge lost during the Great War's devastation, Communities like Remembrance represented precious repositories of human wisdom and experience that required careful protection and transmission to future generations. As Spring returned to the Commonwealth, Chronicle faced the profound responsibility of maintaining community memory as original founders passed away and new residents arrived with their own histories and perspectives. His archive had evolved from simple documentation project to essential community institution that bridged past and future through careful preservation of collective memory. The young residents who had grown up in Remembrance began contributing their own perspectives to the archive, adding insights about how community identity evolved across generations while maintaining essential continuity with founding principles. Their documentation sessions revealed how successfully Remembrance had transmitted its values and traditions to new generations while remaining adaptable to changing circumstances. My memories of growing up here are different from my parents' stories about the early years, observed Sarah Henderson during a follow-up documentation session. But the core values, cooperation, mutual support, planning for the future, those have remained constant even as everything else has changed. Chronicle recognized this observation as confirmation of successful community development, demonstrating that Remembrance had achieved the delicate balance between tradition and adaptation that characterized thriving human settlements. His archive had played an essential role in this achievement by providing historical context that informed contemporary decisions, while preserving institutional memory across generational transition. Summer brought new opportunities as Chronicle's reputation spread to neighboring settlements, creating requests for assistance with their own historical preservation efforts. His techniques for conducting interviews, organizing documentation, and creating accessible archives provided valuable guidance for communities throughout the Commonwealth. What you've accomplished here could serve as a model for settlements across the region, observed a visiting delegation from New Haven, a younger community seeking guidance on institutional development. Historical preservation appears to serve both cultural and practical functions that strengthen community resilience. This recognition validated Chronicle's understanding of his work's broader significance. Historical preservation was not merely academic exercise, but essential community function that supported stability, identity, and effective decision-making across multiple generations. As autumn returned with plans for the second annual Harvest Festival, Chronicle reflected on the transformation his archive had undergone since its humble beginnings. What had started as simple documentation of community memories had evolved into a comprehensive institutional resource that actively supported Remembrance's continued development and prosperity. The archive now serves multiple functions, he noted in his annual assessment: historical preservation, community education, decision-making support, and cultural continuity. These diverse applications demonstrate the fundamental importance of collective memory for human community development. The second Harvest Festival demonstrated how successfully Chronicle's historical preservation work had contributed to community development. New traditions, rooted in documented pre-war practices, had become genuinely meaningful celebrations that strengthened social bonds while honoring both past wisdom and contemporary achievements. During the festival's storytelling sessions, Chronicle presented highlights from his archived interviews, sharing community memories that reinforced residents' understanding of their collective journey while inspiring continued commitment to cooperative prosperity. The presentations attracted audiences across all age groups, demonstrating the universal human need for meaningful connection to shared history. These stories remind us who we are and why we've succeeded, Quest observed after attending one of Chronicle's presentations. Understanding our history helps us make better decisions about our future. As winter approached, Chronicle received news that profoundly affected both his personal mission and the broader community. Cornerstone's health had declined to the point where extensive interviews were no longer possible, making the preservation of her remaining memories an urgent priority, requiring careful attention to her comfort and dignity. Their final formal documentation session took place in Cornerstone's residence, surrounded by personal artifacts that reflected her long involvement in Remembrance's development. Chronicle recorded not merely her words, but the emotional context that gave them meaning, understanding that this session represented the conclusion of one of his most important historical preservation projects. "Chronicle," she said, her voice weak but clear, "I want you to know how much your work has meant to this community. You've given us something precious, the assurance that our stories, our achievements, our hard-won wisdom will survive to guide future generations." Her words reflected the deeper significance of Chronicle's mission, confirming that historical preservation served not merely academic purposes, but essential human needs for continuity, meaning, and connection across generations. The archive had become a gift to the future, ensuring that Remembrance's achievements would inform and inspire communities throughout the Commonwealth. "The responsibility you've accepted," Cornerstone continued, "is one of the most important functions any community can perform. By preserving our memories, you preserve our identity and our capacity to learn from experience." As winter deepened and Cornerstone's condition continued to decline, Chronicle found himself serving not merely as archivist, but as keeper of the community's living memory. His documentation sessions became opportunities for residents to share their appreciation for her contributions, while adding their own memories to the permanent record of her impact on Remembrance's development. When Cornerstone passed peacefully in early spring, Chronicle organized memorial services that drew upon his archived documentation of her life and contributions. The ceremony celebrated not merely her individual achievements, but her role in creating the community that had become home to hundreds of residents who continued to benefit from her vision and leadership. "Today, we honor not just Cornerstone's memory," Chronicle announced during the memorial service, "but the living legacy she created through her commitment to community building. Her wisdom lives on in our institutions, our traditions, and our continued dedication to cooperative prosperity." The memorial service demonstrated how effectively Chronicle's historical preservation work had served the community's deeper needs for meaning and continuity. The documented memories provided comfort during grief, while reinforcing residents' commitment to the values and achievements that Cornerstone had helped establish. As spring progressed toward summer, Chronicle adapted his work to address the challenges of preserving community memory without its most important living source. Cornerstone's documented memories became even more precious, requiring careful organization and presentation to ensure that her wisdom remained accessible to current and future residents. The archive's role in community life continued to expand as new residents arrived and established families began raising children who would never know Remembrance's founding generation. Chronicle's documented interviews became essential resources for education about community history, values, and the practical knowledge that had enabled the settlement's remarkable success. "My children ask questions about how things were in the early days," one newer resident observed during a documentation session. "Your archive provides answers that help them understand why our community operates the way it does, and why certain traditions matter so much." As summer reached its peak, Chronicle reflected on the profound transformation his simple documentation project had undergone. the archive had evolved from historical preservation to active community service, supporting education, decision-making, cultural continuity, and the essential human need for meaningful connection to shared identity and purpose. The third annual Harvest Festival demonstrated how successfully Chronicle's work had contributed to community development. The celebrations featured expanded storytelling sessions that drew upon 3 years of accumulated documentation, creating rich narratives that connected Remembrance's past achievements to contemporary prosperity and future aspirations. The Chronicles archive has become one of our most valuable community resources, the current Community Council Chair observed during the festival's opening ceremonies. It serves not just historical interest, but practical guidance for the challenges we continue to face. As autumn deepened toward winter, Chronicle prepared for another year of documentation and preservation work, his mission now clearly established as an essential community function that would continue for as long as Remembrance persisted as a viable settlement. The archive had proven its value through multiple applications, while demonstrating the fundamental importance of collective memory for human community development. The gentle rhythm of evening activities filled Remembrance as Chronicle completed his daily documentation routines, carefully organizing the day's interviews and updating his comprehensive records of community development. The archive room, illuminated by soft lighting that protected delicate materials while providing comfortable working conditions, had become a sanctuary for the memories and wisdom that defined the settlement's identity. As night settled over the Commonwealth, Chronicle reviewed his schedules for the following day. Interviews with recent arrivals, documentation of recent infrastructure improvements, and preparation of historical materials for the community school's curriculum. Each activity represented an opportunity to serve the preservation and transmission of human knowledge and experience across generations. The soft sounds of a peaceful community settling into evening rest provided a gentle counterpoint to Chronicle's quiet work among the documented memories that captured 15 years of remarkable human achievement in creating prosperity and security from post-war devastation. His mechanical systems hummed with the deep satisfaction that came from serving one of humanity's most essential needs, the preservation of memory, wisdom, and identity that connected past achievements to future possibilities. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.